What's up, Loudmouth? Yes, stream on Friday. Mostly because my sister decided to come up on Wednesday this week because we had to get her a new phone. And so we got her a new phone. And that's why I didn't stream on Wednesday, which I wanted to do. But, you know, it is what it is. But apparently there's new Final Fantasy 16 DLC. And she got an S23. You know, she likes a Samsung crap. You can now change the outward appearance. Okay. I've decided I don't like this whole idea of releasing DLC a year after a game has come out or even longer because I don't remember a damn thing about how to play this game. How do I sprint? Is there a sprint button? Is it as fast as I run? Damn. Alright, so what do I have to do to start this DLC? Be on the main quest back to their origin. Is that what I'm on? Journal. Back to their origin. There we go. I am on. It's the final quest of the game. Okay. I'm on New Game Plus. Am I on New Game Plus? How do I check that? What is this? Redeemable items. Sure, why not? How do I check what difficulty I'm on? This game's not very loud, is it? Damn, I got the game on max and it's not that loud. Why is it so quiet? Okay, Final Fantasy difficulty. That's what that is. Okay, yes. So I am on the New Game Plus. Oh, it's much louder now. I guess it was only in the menus where it wasn't loud enough. No, I got the ammo I was looking for. They finally got back in stock. All right, so let me look at the rest of the menus. 'Cause I do not remember a damn thing about this game. Items. Attributes. Were there ability points? To purchase abilities. How do I purchase abilities? Oh, he's not fully leveled up. All right, gear. Sort. Oh, I mean, I already have ultimate weapon, so sort. Is this the strongest shit? I have no idea. Accessories, huh? What level am I? Oh, I have a lot of ability points. But I'm maxed on everything, so. Okay, so Phoenix is a dash. Garuda is claw. That's laser. Titan is block. Bahamut is fly. Shiva is also a dash, but a better dash. Odin is Zantetsuken. Yes, I remember that being broke. Okay, equipment. Do I need more XP? Like what is XP? Where's my level? Level 83. Do I need XP? Let's see what the trophies are in this game. Defeat things. Collect Omega. I have the Omega weapon. Don't I? Oh, I have Ultima weapon. All right. So I guess I need XP just to level up. What is this? Increase ability points earned. I do not need ability points at all. I have so many ability points. I don't know why I had this equipped if I've got all the ability points. Increased damage dealt. Yes, I definitely want that. No, I want Genji gloves. Right? Is like what does sorting do here? Healing potency of potions. Potions. Strength tonics I don't use. Tonics I don't use. Combo damage by 5. Aerial combo damage. Will damage of magic. Magic burst damage. Lunge damage. Down thrust damage. Burning damage. Rising flames damage. Rising flames cooldown. Scarlet Cyclone. Okay, this is specific ability stuff. Bahamut Mercy. Giga Flare cooldown. Diamond Dust cooldown. Increase Gil. Increase XP. Ability points. Torgal's attack potency. Okay, what do I have here? Ring of Timely Evasion. Oh, I definitely want that. You finished Attack on Titan, huh? All right, Blacksmith. Let's see if I can make anything better. Nope, Ultimate Weapon seems to be the best weapon. Reinforced Ouroboros. Okay, reinforce. Can I reinforce my ultimate weapon? Nope. Reinforce my Ouroboros thingy. Nope. I only watched the first season. It was mediocre at best, if you ask me. Can I upgrade the Genji gloves? Yes, but I need another Genji gloves. Where do I get Genji gloves? FF16 Genji gloves. Reward for Patron's Whisper. Oh, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Anything else?
Okay, so nothing else to upgrade. All right, so now how do I get on with the DLC? Need to be on main quest back to the origin. Must have completed side quest where there's a will and priceless. Where do I find those side quests? Completed quests. Okay, they're not there. So let's check the side quest board. Okay, there's gotta be a way to run faster.
Right, Clyde? Me too. I would do my better than anyone.
What are
You think
Alliant
that's right?
reports? What was it? It was where there's a will and priceless. Don't see those. Nope, don't see those.
Always something in there.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
I guess I'll look up where's the side quest guide? Trophy guide. Priceless. Uh, the side quest is unlocked after completing the side quest Phoenix. Heal thyself.
All done?
Given by Yota. Where is Yota?
Twin sides hundreds of leagues away.
Phoenix, heal thyself. Okay.
That would mean the crystal is massive.
You can't use Chocobo inside the base, it looks like. Nope, Yota's in there. Because I'm on New Game Plus, I didn't do any of the side quests. I just,
Stay strong.
you know, ran through it all.
My Lord Marquis.
And this is clearly what's her name? Lara Croft, right?
Yote, is anything the matter? Seem troubled.
I mean, Square does own
Perhaps I might be able to help.
Tomb Raider now, so.
Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each passing day.
I had feared it.
There are
Okay,
yet his-
listen, we did this quest
My lord.
last year,
For Joshua.
so I'm not going to look at the story on this side quest.
So it's only that you can't reach it.
Well-
Then I use some.
I guess I actually should pay attention to the side quest because it's clear it has something to do with the DLC. Okay, and now I need cut from the cloth and where there's a will. Now where there's a will is what I'm working on. So I need to do cut from the cloth. There's that. Because I already did all the side quests in my original run. Okay, but I am going to have to look up what the controls are in this game because I do not remember a damn thing. Okay, what is this? R2 is iconic abilities. R1 is evade, magic, feats, melee, jump. Animal instinct? What the fuck is that?
Oh, bother.
About what?
I've two those. And we most certainly cannot have that. You wouldn't want.
Of course not.
Oh, you see, they don't.
And
I would. And don't let them fob you off with it. They said they'd give us new clothes. But we've no clothes.
Visit the Draper in Northreach. Okay, can I teleport? Where is Northreach? Okay, I can fast travel to obelisks. Or obelisks.
ready, go. Fly, Ambrosia.
Okay, Gallop is R2.
Here's the aqueduct. Now to find our stone wart. Yote mentioned blood-red petals.
Okay, let's see if I can remember how to play.
That's my luck. I won't be picking anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it.
Okay, that ability is kind of ridiculous. All right, how do I dash? Okay, so what does that mean? How do I generate Zen Tetsuken? Oh, I have to use the Zen Tetsuken to do that. Okay. Okay, what does this mean? Staggered. Okay, that Zen Tetsuken did shit. Now I remember there was an order that I was doing this stuff to maximize all this stuff. Okay, so what am I looking for? Some sort of red petal flower.
Here it is. Better collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive. Right. That should do it.
Okay, where's Stone Reach?
And now might I help?
Let's hope the Draper has Hortense's cloth.
Seems the Duke's had a change of heart.
That fool of a Duke thought he could.
Okay, this game, does it feel like it's got a low frame rate? Let's turn the motion blur off, maybe.
Might I interest you in some...
Just a minute.
Apologies, my lord, but your items, they were due to arrive... My mother... Yeah, wait.
Going to... Ready, go?
Faster!
Do I get other party members? Like, how do I heal? I'm so completely lost on how to play this game. How do I dismount? R3.
Be safe.
That damn bird's a menace.
She meant nothing by it. Is there something?
What?
I told you not to call me. As I
I'll deal with the bird lover. You take the handsome one, killer.
stop calling me that.
Oh, you piece of shit. Okay, I'm starting to remember how to do this. I just don't remember how to heal.
Ooh.
Did he hurt you?
No, you see.
Because
Let's skip this side quest cutscene. Don't need it.
that's that done then. Now it's back to Hortense with her cloth.
Claude. Let's see here.
This one? I suppose.
Lady Hortense said she'd give us our dresses.
And now we talk to Lara Croft. Yota.
Yote, I brought.
All right, now I have to
my
do the
lord.
quest where there's a will. given by Joshua. New quest available nearby. Where is Joshua? They're rebooting Lara Croft again? Where the fuck is Joshua? Where there's a will, there he is. She's probably gonna be fat. You're not Joshua. Where's Joshua? There he is.
Ah, Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong?
I've received word from Cyril. The Undying
His will.
in the crypt beneath after Kupka was kind enough, and in the process of doing so,
I'm surprised that...
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience.
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter.
Very well.
Where is Cyril? Cyril, where are you? Oh, does this mean you have new items available for sale?
Alive, are ya?
Browse
Find
Sharon's
first weighing you
Toll.
down.
Automatically charges magic spells and maintains the charge until cast. Changes the color of the blood that feed. Wait. Increases limit break generation by 3% when dealing damage. When taking damage. So these are new. How does it say I own 0 of these? I definitely own one of those. Right?
Is that all?
Unfortunes in Heaven. I definitely own that. I definitely have that equipped, don't I? Oh, Unfortunes in Heavens 2 is what I have.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You'll not find a better price than that. Is that all?
I'm looking for a letter called Concern for Jill. I don't think I've unlocked that yet. Yes, I have not. Alright, so I have to finish this quest. In Tabor. Tabor was a desert area, I believe.
Grace, my lord. I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father.
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, your grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
It is true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, your grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Speak with Archduke Elwyn's aide in the Requiatory. What is a Requiatory? Requiatory?
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
Slay Simurg.
Titan's Wake is to the south of here.
Where am I going? I think I remember this quest.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
There it is. For House Rosfield.
Nice try. Too slow.
So what does Limit Break do again? I remember Limit Break being kinda shit. Let's see, is there a manual somewhere in the game? Tutorial messages, there we go. Jill has joined Clive's party. Okay, let's see. Use. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I can interweave that stuff. Breaking enemy's stagger. Partial stagger. Creating a short opening. Garuda. Okay, I remember that now. Okay, I think I remember. Alright, I can't use magic while... Nope, that was wrong. Not a fan of these wind attacks that I can't see.
the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Godotha will know.
Well, I am already on Final Fantasy difficulty, so I do not need to beat the DLC more than once. Like the main game, you have to beat the DLC on Final Fantasy difficulty, but since I'm already on it, I'm taking care of that. Because you had to beat the game once to unlock Final Fantasy difficulty.
Thank the founder
I haven't even
yourself.
started the DLC yet.
Griffin is slain then?
Because I still have to do the side quests to unlock the DLC.
Yes. This radiant luster like frozen flame. Thank you. Your father would be so...
Lady Godotha.
Thank you, Cyril.
The
I will be
lapidary?
leaving shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the The armbands pray. Heartstone is...
Supposedly the DLC is level 105.
And the graven vines encircling this...
It's a message. Enemies who would thwart his vision.
And only if we stood together. As Phoenix.
Indeed. But this was more... It was a promise.
Thank you for remaining the steadfast...
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't... The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother, even if the armbands were incomplete, she... So...
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Of the deep love. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her... I tried to warn your father. When word of the fire reached Rosalith,
And thank the
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing... And so my pursuit continued. He informed me that His Grace's will had been...
Lady Godotha, on behalf of my father...
As do I.
Thank you for coming back.
The Founder's Grasp, huh?
The bands that must be gratifying to finally receive.
It is.
If you would permit me to play my part a little, let him see that you have...
I suppose it would. What do you say, Clive?
I was hoping to be able to...
Your father's helm is it since the day we recovered, I prithee claim, and I do not doubt that your father...
Thank you, Cyril.
Oh, I understand why you would have to complete this quest before doing the DLC. Because it's very much about family. And the father's grave at Hawkscry Cliff.
Come on, Clive.
Okay, so I got a new piece of gear. Man, these menus are so slow. What did I get? Founder's Grasp. More health, less defense. Honestly, it's so little health that 5 defense I think is worth more. Hawkscry Cliff.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
Save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies. Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. And perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
It's just back there.
I remember when I was playing this game, I had gotten the entire system down pat. I was
Father always
canceling
fought
with
for what he
magic and
believed was
everything.
right.
Now I don't even remember how to play it.
It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything.
But I made sure not to
always had
delete my save
someone
files
else
because it
to
was
do
very
the fighting.
obvious they were leaving things for DLC. Because there's that entire like castle section which is blocked off, and it has a guard in front of it too.
Him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Curiosity. Curiosity is just the ornament that goes in your room. Okay, now I have to do one more quest, which is called Priceless. I don't know why I had to do cut from the cloth, though. Concern for Jill.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
I'll be right back. All right. Speak with Jonathan.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I've felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. You remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
And it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed.
You're saying I should go and scout the area?
I'm saying...
Hmm. Apparently, you can do lightning rod into dancing steel, which instant charges the Zentetsuken. What can we do about Congress? I'm not going to say it on stream. I told you the founding fathers gave us the tools. You can vote your way into communism. Can't vote your way out.
This is the place, but
I'm sorry, Clive.
there's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. You of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard? To the hideaway, then.
That was a waste of loading time.
Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
Say what you will.
Snowden is not scum. He's a whistleblower. Basically, Snowden was a... He was an engineer, a contractor working on PRISM, which was the CIA spying system on U.S. citizens, and he blew the whistle on it.
Looking for a place where snow daisies grow.
And the the Obama administration declared him an enemy of the state, and he had to flee the country.
And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds.
As much as the left cares about whistleblower protection, they didn't care about a whistleblower who was actually blowing the whistle on Democrats spying on Americans. Well, the Uniparty, because it was Bush as well. The Uniparty spying on Americans. They don't care about America. They care about their party.
The gardener here mentioned the royal.
Yeah, now he's living in Russia because he's exiled, because he'll be arrested and probably put to death for treason if he ever returns to America.
So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted
Trump should have pardoned him, but he didn't.
And she mentioned Oilerfeist Bay.
Trump was still playing politics in his first term. He didn't want to upset the apple cart. So he didn't pardon Snowden like he should have. Snowden, he basically provided the U.S. public with proof that the government was spying on U.S. citizens, which is illegal. And of course, no one was punished for it. Julian Assange is different. Julian Assange didn't actually do anything. Julian Assange ran a platform called WikiLeaks. They didn't publish, they didn't actually get any information themselves. It was just a platform where people could post their leaks. Julian Assange is not scum, and nothing Julian Assange did was illegal. And they know that because when they were going after Julian Assange, they couldn't actually pin anything on him. So what they did is they got some lady to accuse him of rape, and that's what he was exiled for.
Meadows are vast.
And the lady eventually recanted her testimony, saying she was coerced to make up her claims. And even with that, you know, he was still pretty much screwed. No, he didn't know. Julian Assange doesn't know shit. They were just using him to send a message. Well, it's not that mobsters are now in government. The government was always a mob. That's how government works.
What do you see, boy?
You know, if a group of outlaws come into a town and just demand the entire town give us your money, it's going to be tough to get the town not to fight back against you. But if instead you say, give us your money and we'll provide you protection from criminals, and you know what, maybe we'll build a school too, then people will actually be less disinclined to giving their money to the mob. Yeah, Pelosi's family is a mob. They're all mobs. Okay, let's see what this says. Diamond Dust, Zentetsuken level 5, Lightning Rod, Dancing Steel, Zentetsuken level 5, then the rest. I don't know why you spend time trying to figure out what factions they belong to or what mob family it is. It's all one family. It's the Uniparty. It doesn't matter what family they belong to or anything, or what cult or what fraternity they belong to. It's all one party. Is this guy scum? Yes. It doesn't matter what name you give me. They're all scum.
was harder than... But found her. It was worth it. She'll love them.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
Oriflamme? There was Oriflame.
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything.
I will eventually,
Smile on your face is
loudmouth.
enough.
But I'm not
We can
that
leave it
much
here.
super interested in it.
Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that
No matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
You're gonna start Free Ren? Good. I think Free Ren is the best anime I've seen in a long time.
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure.
I mean, I could recommend you a lot of old anime. It's the new anime I'm not a fan of.
We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
I'm not a fan of most new anime. The Emperor of something? I don't know what that is. Echoes of the Fallen. I finally unlocked the DLC. The Vision of Escaflowne is the one I always that's always my first recommendation. Always. All right, so what is the new stuff I just unlocked, though? I wish there was like a log. Oh, curiosities. That's what it was.
Still alive, are ya?
Is something the matter, Karen? You seem
Perturbed.
perturbed.
Don't know. How clever of you to notice. But yes, something's come to my attention, and I'll be damned if I know what to make of it.
I can give you a good list of things to watch if you're interested. I would definitely do
It's
Planets,
probably quicker if I just show you.
The Vision of Escaflowne, Golden Boy,
Some sort of crystal.
Nana,
Though I don't remember
Record
seeing
of
one that
Lodos
colour
War,
before.
Aye, well,
Hikaru no
makes
Go,
two of us. long years of trading,
Legend of the
both
Galactic
over and
Heroes.
under the counter, I've never seen anything quite like it. They're calling them dusk crystals on account of colour.
See.
Now and then,
They can be
here
used
and
to cast
there.
magics.
That they can. Just like their brighter, shinier cousins. Difference is, they don't last as long. After a couple of goes
Well,
light as
Free
you
Ren is
can,
still
they
airing, so you're not
crumble
going to
away
finish it.
to nothing. That's how I heard about them. From crystal traders moaning that someone's been flooding the market with dodgy goods. And after asking the right people the right questions, and paying the right price, of course, I managed to get my hands on a sample.
I see why you're perturbed.
Hey, Hope. Do you feel that, Clive?
Yes.
Crest of the Stars. I mean, Sledge gives shit on everything. The Imperial Fringes.
All right, lads, that'll do for today. I said that'll do for today.
Yes, Chief. Yes, Chief.
Let's get this lot back to town, fill our purses and then our bellies.
I also definitely recommend Overlord. That's a new one.
What did you two do now?
Please tell us you bought another London.
Stay calm, both of you. Who needs a lantern when you've got one of these? All that work for a single spark. Well, there'll be no more sampling the merchandise today.
That sounded close, Chief. Really close. Really, really close.
Now, lads, what am I always telling you? Good things come to those who run.
Wait for us, Chief!
Echoes of the Fallen. DLC
I've
starting.
never felt a tremor this far inland before.
Me neither. But then I'd never seen skies like these till a few moons ago, and it's been all change ever since. Come to think of it, the first anyone ever heard of these dust crystals was after you lot came back from the Dominion and brought this bloody weather with you.
Do you think the two things are connected?
Who knows? Could just be that with Drake's tail gone, the black market was running short of the good stuff.
What's Drake's
The
tail?
Dominion's mines were the only source of new shards left in Storm after a certain evil outlaw decided to do away with the other mothers. And with the price of decent crystals going through the roof, traders turned to dealing in stuff they'd never have touched before.
The question is, who's selling these crystals and where are they? Wait. This color. They couldn't be from Origin, could they? No, that wouldn't make sense. I saw it form in the sky, and that was long after we returned from the Dominion. But if they didn't come from Origin or any of the other mother crystals, then... does that mean...
That you missed one? Aye. That were my thinking, any road. Another mother crystal we didn't know about.
I'll speak with Joshua. If you're right about this, we need to find it.
And quick, I'd say. On account of which, I'll take this shard over to Tomes for you. Get him to give it a once-over, case it rings any bells.
Right. Thank you.
And I expect you'll be wanting Jill's help with this too.
Right again. I will. Let me go and find Joshua, and we'll meet you in the shelves.
That was special music. Quest destinations for Echoes of the Fallen are indicated with a purple shield. After accepting the quest, current objectives are displayed in the to-do list, right-hand side of the screen. Replace main, blah, blah, blah. If you wish to restore, blah, blah, blah. I do not. Speak with Joshua. I'm hungry. I'll be right back. I've got some chicken. Which I'll eat during these long conversations and cutscenes.
Joshua, we need to talk.
And potato.
Karen's caught wind of something that I don't think we can afford to ignore.
Mm-hmm.
Aye.
It's just a small snack.
That is troubling. Not least because the Undying made no mention of these dusk crystals in any of their recent reports.
So they weren't aware of them either.
Perhaps. Or perhaps they merely deemed them unworthy of my attention. Wrongly, I might add, for I am inclined to share Lady Karen's misgivings.
Then we'd better take her advice and consult Hippocrates forthwith.
To the shelves, then. With our combined insight, I'm sure we'll discern something of use. Be it
Harpo
no more than a
crates.
place to start.
Let's hope so.
There you are. I've taken the liberty of telling these two everything I told you.
Thank you, Karen.
It's hard to believe such a lusterless shard could conjure much of anything. And you truly think this came from a mother crystal? One we never knew existed?
Every other shard in the Twins did. Why should these dusk crystals be any different? Dim though they may be.
We know they first appeared on the black market shortly after Ultima cast Primogenesis, darkening the skies. So might the two be connected? Could the spell have created a new mother crystal, perhaps? A replacement for the ones we destroyed?
What do you think, Hippocrates?
I think there may well be a connection. Yet, if we are to believe that the original mother crystals were of Ultima's making, does it seem likely that he would have need of anything so palpably inferior? No. I hazard that it was not Ultima who created these crystals, but humanity. More specifically, our fallen forebears, whose wonders litter the land even now. Legend holds that the fallen challenged the gods in order to win their power, and came tantalizingly close to doing so. It seems only reasonable that they should wish to learn the secrets of the crystals which the gods bestowed upon them.
so they could make their own.
Precisely. You may recall that the tale of the sins of Zemeckis begins with the colloquy of the sages, a council wherein humanity sought to uncover the last secrets of the gods before waging their war to learn what little remained. It is perfectly possible that an understanding of how to craft crystals was among their many achievements.
Among their many achievements prior to their fall.
Indeed. The same enlightened souls forged great and terrible weapons called the iconoclasts, from which icons derived their name, and turned them against each other in the Magitech War. A pointless conflict which served only to make its victors more confident of their right to supplant the gods on high. And when at last they ventured to do so, the resultant imbalance in the ether is said to have been so great that the skies themselves turned black and began to boil. The first recorded arcane sky, I suspect. Which brings us back to the matter at hand. It is my belief that these shards are the product of a long-slumbering Magitech
I have not, loudmouth.
stirred to life by a similar...
I've never been that much of a fan of Yu Yu Hakusho.
one which accompanied its creator's fall.
There's only one way to know for sure. We track down whoever's selling them and find their source. Karen, where did you buy this one?
Down in Port Isolde when I was scratching around for supplies. Since the
To me,
Imperials
Yu Yu
bought off and
Hakusho
took
was
the
always
tariffs
the
with it, you
original
find all sorts
crap
of
Shonen
interesting
Jump.
stuff on the docks. Go and have a chat with the mercenaries guarding the gates. Your uncle's got some good lads there. Know when to keep a watchful eye and when to turn a blind one. Oh, and take the crystal with you. Might be your key to
Yu Yu
the
Hakusho
unleash.
does not have a good ending because of that.
I will.
Shall we then, brother?
I'm coming too. If there is another mother crystal out there and it's anything like the others, you'll need all the help you can get.
I was hoping
The
you'd
ending
say
of Yu
that.
Yu Hakusho was not written
One
by
more
the
time.
original author.
Together.
The reason for this is one of the main reasons I dislike Shonen Jump is Shonen Jump will keep a series running longer than it should simply because it's too popular. So for instance, you look at Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z was supposed to end after Frieza. That was it. It was over. But because it was so popular, they coerced Akira Toriyama to keep it going. Like, Dragon Ball Z was not supposed to be a very long series. That's why the first arc with Raditz coming is only like 8 episodes, because it was supposed to be, it was Dragon Ball and then a very quick Dragon Ball Z to wrap up the story. But because it was so popular, they slowed things down. Frieza ended up taking like 7,000 episodes. And then even after Akira Toriyama slowing everything down with Frieza, they still made him keep on going. And then, of course, once he left, then they did it themselves with Dragon Ball GT. Now, Yu Yu Hakusho is the original one cursed by Shonen Jump, in that the author of Yu Yu Hakusho got so overworked by everything they were forcing him to do that he got very sick, and eventually he had a nervous breakdown. I think he stabbed someone with a pen. They had to eventually fire him and then do the ending themselves. And this is something that Shonen Jump does. Anytime their series get too popular, they just keep on going. Look at what happened with Naruto. Look what happened with Bleach. The only series that has managed to maintain is One Piece, and I don't know how Oda does it. Yeah, Hunter x Hunter, same thing. The author of Hunter x Hunter got deathly sick. Shonen Jump is not a good company.
Ariel, slow down! Not bloody likely!
Oh, it's the same author?
They're fast on their feet.
What's going on here, I wonder?
What indeed? Let's ask.
Excuse me. Who were those men just now?
Bloody troublemakers, that's who. As soon as I asked them to present their packs for inspection, they turned white as a sheet and legged it. I chased them all away from the gates, but they're swift as hares. Still, at least we kept the bastards out. Don't need their kind stirring up any more strife.
And what manner of strife have they been stirring up exactly?
Hey? Are you joking?
Yes, the authors of these series make decent stories, mostly.
What's been going on?
And the guy who did Naruto, Kishimoto, he's always been an awful author.
The Imperials left behind dried up, folks started
It was the
trading
premise of
crystals on the
Naruto that got popular.
We
But
turned
generally,
blind
the
eye
writers at
first.
Shonen Jump
Lord
are
Byron
good
did.
writers. That's
Well,
why
you
their
saw it,
their
right, did an IP
stories
one they
become
were
popular.
clamoring for. Till the
It's
dust started
Shonen
turning
Jump
up,
that
is
fucks them up.
Dusk crystals, they're called. Ill-favored shards that crack as soon as you look at them. Not that the folk
Publishers
who bought 'em
destroy
like that,
everything.
and they were
They
baying
did the
through
same thing with
blood
video
when they found
games.
out.
So many great
Yeah,
video
just
games
watch it on
ruined
step
by
in and ban
publishers.
the blasted things. And we've been searching the pack of every trader who's darkened our gates ever since.
I see. And you think the men you were pursuing might have been trading in these dusk crystals?
Why? You're in the market for some? Anyway, I wouldn't rule it out.
There are a lot of manga that get
Fact,
popular
we
without
could keep
Shonen
going
Jump.
it.
We might still be able to catch them.
We might.
If you are heading up that way, you want to keep your sword handy. It's more than dodgy traders plying the roads these days.
Understood. We'll be careful.
Shonen Jump
Those
is just
men
an
were
easy
selling
platform
dusk
for a
crystals.
lot of new
I think
authors.
it's unlikely that they will risk.
Where am I?
Turning to Port Isolde.
Okay, cannot
Which means
quick
this may be
travel.
our only chance of catching them. Where are they?
Still some distance ahead, I'd wager. They were making a good pace.
Which Full Metal Alchemist? The manga? Brotherhood. Brotherhood's fantastic. How could you not like that? What's wrong with you?
There's another one.
Still no sign of those traders, though.
No. I just hope we haven't lost them.
These blimmin' tremors are scaring off all our customers.
The few that weren't scared off by the skies, you mean?
There is one thing I dislike about
Perhaps one of
Brotherhood,
those merchants has seen something.
and that is Maze Hughes. I don't think they handle Maze Hughes as well in Brotherhood as they did the original anime. Even though the original anime sucked.
Bastards.
What do you mean?
A gang of nasty-looking brutes was on their trail.
Caught up with them just up the road. Screaming at them they were. Your crystals are your lives and all that. Only the daft buggers
Hughes'
kept their
death
crystals and legged it.
was just
Out of interest.
phenomenal in the original. The way they set it up, the way they made you care for Maze Hughes.
Towards the Old Hill docks. If it's help they seek there, they won't find any. But perhaps they might find a place to hide.
You know, the way
Let's hope so. and then we can find them. before
He's
they're
on the
pursued.
phone with his daughter.
Thank you.
It was just, it was so good in the
Take care
original.
on the road. Come on.
I don't think it was done bad in Brotherhood. It was just done so good in the original anime.
So the bandits haven't found them either. There's still time.
I'm looking for people.
Hand over those crystals!
We did not come here to brawl with brigands, brother.
You're right. Let's focus on finding the traitors.
Have care. Oi! We got
Can go on. Chief, move. All right, this should be far enough. Chief, they've found us. It's getting so a man can't even catch his fucking breath.
I mean, cursing in Final Fantasy just seems weird to me.
A word. We understand you've been selling some crystals.
And like I told your thieving mates, you're not fucking getting them. So you can take your massive sword and shove it.
I'm sure I could, but we're not thieves.
Over here. I can smell the one who shat himself. If you've got a plan, Chief. Tell us you've got a plan. Of course I've got a bloody plan. Good things and all that. Let's start again, shall we? You say you're interested in the crystal trade?
Not exactly. In actual fact, we were hoping to talk about this.
Is that all? Well, then I know just how to help. If you're after the short shifter, he's over here!
Are you mad?
Slippery little pricks. Clinkers on the ground, quick as you like. Gentlemen, you've got it all wrong. Do we look like merchants? He's the one you want. Just look at what he's got in his hand. What? Him?
Wait, I'm not.
There's some bad voice acting.
Do let us know if you need any more help.
They won't get far, Clive.
No. But they'll wish they had.
I'll carve you like a suckling pig and feed you to your fucking dog.
Kind of you to think of him.
Zen Tetsugen is just so awesome. You just have to charge it. That's the only problem it has.
Did you see which way they went?
North. Making for 3 reeds at a guess. After them. If they reach the swamps, we'll never pick up their trail. Come on. There was something odd about those 3. They seemed less like merchants and more like...
Charlatans? One might argue that a merchant is naught but a mummer without his motley.
A mummer without his motley. I mean, merchants being on the low end of the rung is pretty normal for, you know, Japanese culture. Like, if you look at the samurai era, you know, the Sengoku era, when they still had the class system in Japan, you had the emperor and the daimyo on top.
I doubt they'd leave this crystal behind.
You had the...
Regardless, we're on the right track.
the local lords right below them. I forgot what they were called. The feudal lords, yes. Then below the feudal lords, you had the samurai. Then below the samurai, you had the artisans. Below the... And by artisans, I mean people who do trade skills. Like woodworkers, you know, blacksmiths, those kind of people. Below that, you had the peasants, you know, people who worked the farms and things like that. A doctor would be considered an artisan. You know, trade skillers. And then below the peasants would be the merchants. Yes, merchants were below peasants. And the reason for this... Oh, that's wrong. The reason for this is because the merchants had no skills of their own. They made their money off the backs of other people's work. That was Japanese mentality. The tax collectors were the feudal lords.
They wouldn't risk stopping at Martha's Rest, would they?
You know, it was the samurai who collected the taxes.
Better stick to the swamps.
No, Yakuza's just gangs. The samurai didn't become anything.
All right, lads. I think we finally lost them.
Then think again.
The samurai just died out once they were banned.
Persistent bastards.
Many of them actually became government agents.
I knew those louts were no match for you.
But of course,
what happened is at the end of
you know what we're capable of.
uh,
don't you?
at the end of the Warring
We're dealing
Era,
crystal, dusk crystal, and we want to know.
at the end of the Warring Era, what happened
So you're
is
going to tell us?
the daimyo, because there are basically two heads of Japan. There was the emperor, and then there was the daimyo.
Why would we
And
tell you where we procure our stock? What
it's
kind of
basically like
shepherd needs a
one
wolf's straight
has the
tail?
political power, one has the military power. And for hundreds of years, the two of them worked together. I mean, the emperor was mostly a figurehead, but the emperor had the will of God.
That's new.
So the emperor still had power.
That's impossible.
And eventually that came to a head where they became at odds, and the war over Japan ended up being who would take control of Japan. Would it be the daimyo, or would it be the emperor?
Echoes, maybe? Or fallen rubbish? I really couldn't say. The entrance is sealed tight. No way in.
And how would you?
So you ended up having the
never been there.
daimyo armies versus the imperial armies. If you've seen Kenshin worked for the imperial armies.
An Akashic monster!
If you think I'm going to fall for another one of your cheap
That's not a cheap trick.
Clive, trouble.
What?
It was very similar to the French Revolution in the 18th century. You know, what was more important? Was it the king, or was it Parliament? You know, who had the real power?
Wait, don't you dare!
I don't think Martha would have.
And so people on the right side of Parliament, they sided with the king. Well, Shinsengumi were just a small troop of warriors. They weren't, you know, they were just a faction. I mean, it was the Imperials versus the daimyos and the feudal lords. Yes, thank you. Imperials versus the Shogun. That's what it was. Shogun is the head daimyo. So the daimyo were the feudal lords. The Shogun was the head of all the feudal lords. So it was emperor and shogun, daimyo,
At least we know what was chasing the merchants.
samurai, artisans and artists, peasants, and then the merchants at the bottom. Because the merchants, like I said, had no skills of their own. You know, at least the peasants worked for a living. They toiled the land. They did things like that. But the merchant, they made money off of other people's work. That's why merchants were not respected in Japan 150 years ago. It's the exact opposite of capitalism.
And beasts, Chief. Can't we just go home? And let those thieving pricks march in and take what's ours? What's ours? Oh, no. You don't mean... The dusk crystals, aye. Halleck? Marnik? We're going back to that tower if it's the last thing we do. But the lights, Chief. What about the lights?
See, Japan got a big turnaround once they embraced capitalism. I mean, during the Bakumatsu era, the majority of people, like 99% of people, lived in absolute poverty.
And you're sure they're bound for the tower? When they aren't running away.
Do you know anything of the place, Josh?
Last not. I have seen it later.
Yes, capitalism happened once the emperor took complete control of Japan, after overthrowing the shogunate. He embraced Western idealism because he was forced to because of Admiral Matthew Perry.
Well, the tower is unquestionably
Admiral Matthew Perry was he British? Yes, he was a British naval admiral who blockaded the Japanese shores and basically said, "You're going to start trading with us, or you are going to starve."
We head to Eastpool and make our approach from the dim.
Because what people don't realize about Japan is Japan really has no natural resources. The reason why Japan, 1,000 years ago, became experts at war is because they have no natural resources of their own. They always had to conquer other people to get it.
The tower sits atop.
And so if Admiral Perry were to blockade Japan, Japan would pretty much die.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Where am I going?
Goblins. What are they doing in the Deadlands?
The Japanese didn't really side with the Nazis.
I don't recall ever hearing of goblins using fallen relics as weapons.
They were just on the other side of the war.
Gifts. Clive, remember where we are. No magic. Right. They're even uglier up close. Nice try.
No magic at all. I can't even charge my Zentetsuken. Wow, really? I can't use anything. Or no, he's beard cutter.
Let's hope that was the last of them.
Indeed.
And I think that was like 6 or 8 goblins there.
Joe, You may want to see this.
What?
Oh, this is finally open. This door was here during, like I said, it was very obvious
When I found it.
they were setting up for DLC.
3 guesses is
I didn't even think about this door though.
Then this must be their way into the tower.
There's only one way to find out.
All right, this game's just gonna shit out trophies. All right. The Sage Spire. I've heard this DLC only takes about 5 hours. So with any luck, we'll finish it
Seems
tonight.
somebody's woken this place up. The question is, who?
Well, I can tell you who it wasn't.
Unauthorized biometrics detected.
Someone's here.
Initializing security scan. Safety protocols disengaged.
I don't think that was someone, Clive. I think it was the tower.
Either way, it doesn't sound like we're welcome. Keep your guard up.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
I think my powers have returned. You? There's ether here. An abundance of it.
Level 98, huh? Okay, where did I come from? I came from there. What is this? Always gotta check for missables before you move on. So these are probably teleporters to and from shortcuts. God, Zantetsuken is so awesome. Oh, treasure chest. Escapement bit. That's a piece of equipment. Reduces ability cooldown time and restores a small amount of HP regain gauge following a precision dodge. Effect potency is directly affected by the strength of the attack. I definitely want to equip that. I don't care about damage if I always have health. And reduce the timer of my abilities. That's fantastic. Oh. Hearthflame. Some opponents will cast the spell Hearthflame to summon magic spheres that protect nearby ally by dealing damage to anyone they come in contact with. Enemies accompanied by Hearthflame can blah 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 by the 6 icon above their head. The sphere can be dispelled by attacking it, but be warned melee strikes to the sphere will deal clav damage, so ranged spells are...
More goblins. So now we know where they got their weapons. But how long have they been hiding here?
New enemy. Insufficient. Oh, that's how I've been healing. If I have full inventory and I pick up a potion, it just auto uses it. That's a huge quality of life improvement. This looks like a lot of corpses or crystals.
Everywhere.
Well, that's one mystery solved.
I'll be right back. All right.
But there's no mother crystal.
Yet. We still have plenty of tower to explore.
Do I have like a map or something? No.
I know that voice. Come on. Well, look who it is.
The fuck is that?
Warning. Warning. Core defense systems engaged. Initiating sterilization lockdown.
What the hell is it talking about, Joshua?
Good things, lads. Good things.
Yeah, you're dead. How did it miss?
Chief!
Hey! Over here. Take your friend and get out of this place. Now!
And while they run away, we do the fighting.
I think you've made it angry.
Fireball to the side of the head will hold that.
I'm remembering the timing of the combat. Loudmouth, you still there, or did the chat die or something? Alright, let's see how much stagger damage I can do. Sigma, huh? That's his name? Yeah, okay. And so I'm coming up on Omega. That makes sense. Four, 2, 2. Almost his entire health bar. Okay, he's gone crazy after that. I remember how to do the combat. Flawless tissue, fallen, enforcer, reforce. See, mine is 700, 700, so that's better.
Security Sentinel 503 offline. Initiating emergency core relocation protocol.
If I didn't know better, I'd say that was the heart of a Mother Crystal.
I knew that fallen thing was no match for you. Allow me to apologize for earlier. That was, ill-played. All born of a misunderstanding, though. Can we start again?
We don't need your apologies. We need answers. And you're going to give them to us.
I suppose you'll be wanting to know about the tower, then. As you've probably guessed, this isn't the first time we've been here. Fact is, my people have been coming to this place for centuries.
Have they now? To these ruins in particular?
Aye, well, they, talked to us. Told us what this lot was all for.
And what is it for?
Well, believe it or not, the Fallen were actually using this place to make their own, mother crystal. Though, despite years of searching, all we ever found was shards.
Then, Harpocrates was right. It would seem that the Fallen did indeed acquire the god's ability to craft crystals.
I wouldn't go that far. The shards aren't exactly divine. They're not even what you'd call decent. But they're better than nothing, and nothing is what our people had before we found them. So we've been coming here ever since.
But these dust crystals have only recently appeared on the black market. What made you decide to start selling them?
The skies. Once they went dark, the crystals started growing back, till there were more than you could count. And with the mothers all cracked, anyone with anything that could muster so much as a spark had people queuing up to take their coin.
Yes, at a cost to us all. Quality apart, these crystals are no different from the ones the world has been using since the dawn of time. And it cannot continue.
No, it cannot. While this is clearly none of Ultima's doing, there can be little doubt but that it serves his cause.
Then our path is clear. So let's do what must be done.
Wait, you lot aren't thinking what I think you're thinking, are you?
Oh, I think there's a good chance we are.
But what about the tower's defenses? That thing you just fought, it won't be the last one. And the further you climb, the worse they'll get. How about
This guy's voice acting is awful.
Someone gets hurt, eh?
That is sound advice, which I suggest you take before someone gets hurt.
Are you sure you don't want to think this over? We could talk about it outside, where it's safe.
To think the Fallen built all this, the knowledge they must have needed.
Knowledge now lost.
I keep holding R2 to run, and there's no run button. What is that? Do I go left or do I go right? Right looks like a dead end, so we'll go right. Right is not a dead end. But I think it's a circle. Oh my god.
This is like every other Fallen ruin.
That Xmas thing from the White House was awful. Absolutely atrocious. It was Oh. There's an elevator, I didn't even realize. Everything in the Bion administration is a humiliation ritual.
Any idea what those are?
They seem to be containers of some sort. Or perhaps
Cages. Like some sort of twisted menagerie. But why here?
Fallen belt +3. Oh wow, it's better than what I got. Surprising. I feel like an enemy's gonna burst out of one of these containers. It's humiliation ritual. It's there to make you ashamed of being an American.
Contaminant detected. Releasing subjects Alpha to Epsilon.
We're still alive. But this tower is more than 15 centuries old.
Just acknowledging Ramadan is the insult. Of course they'll acknowledge it. They acknowledged it during the Obama administration too.
If they build this place to grow crystals, why imprison creatures here?
It's the Biden administration. Like I said, it's a humiliation ritual. It's part of communism.
That device. It glows just like the doors.
Development log entry 680925. Mitogenic reactor trial successful. 23 units of grade 3C crystal produced. Moving forward, all seeds fabricated from inorganic material are to be replaced with proper organic specimens.
Organic specimens. So they're returning living creatures to the crystals.
It's over.
Humiliation ritual. Them showing us that they're above the laws that they want to put us behind is part of the humiliation ritual. Fucking goblins. Oh, you piece of shit. All the fights look intense. They're not really intense, but they all look it. Ooh, treasure chest. See what we got. Nourishment bit. Increase HP regain potential when taking damage while automatically restoring HP regain gauge. Do I want that or XP? Because I need the Ring of Timely Evasion on this difficulty setting. Who's this? Omicron.
Of course they built more than one. Though it appears this incarnation can fly.
I hate flying enemies. Yay for freezes. No flying if you're frozen. I mean, RoboCop could fly in the third movie. I feel so overpowered. All right, let's see the stagger damage on this one. Can I kill him on the single stagger? Yeah, I didn't even have time to finish my entire cycle. It's a lot of experience. Bombardment bit. Increases will damage dealt using most aerial attacks. I don't use aerial attacks. Also increases maximum number of stomps from 2 to 3 or stomps. What are stomps? Maximum number of stomps from 2 to 3 or 6 if ability is... I don't know what stomp is.
And that makes 2.
Yes, but of how many?
That depends on how determined they were to conceal their activities.
What are stomps? Tutorial messages. I gotta look this up. FF16 stomps. How to use a stomp like a pro. What is a stomp? During blah blah blah. How to use a stomp is part of Clive's basic skill set. Press the jump button near an enemy to increase jump height and duration. Blah, yada yada yada. Oh, it's jumping on people. It's basically the jump counter on from Sekiro. Like I said, I don't use aerial combos in this game. It's too much of a pain in the ass. Okay, third floor.
If the tower is in control, why not simply disable the lift?
What are you suggesting, Joshua?
That it's hurting us. There's an entire fleet.
I wonder if any are still capable of flight.
Mid will want to see this.
Well, it's not like the Tales games where you have moves that put you into the air, allowing you to do aerial combos. You have to manually jump to do an aerial combo in this game. It's not worth the effort. This is just an empty area to look. What? Yeah, it's just a... I mean, it's not a very interesting landscape to look at, so I don't know why they would feel proud of that. Oh, level 3 Zens can only hits one target. Good to know. I thought it would just be do less damage. Oh, fucking shield. Oh. Okay, so how do I lock on a target? Is that a thing I can do? Yes, it is. Okay, how do I break the shield? Okay, charge attack. Oh, come on, really? Damn chickens. Ooh, treasure chest. What we got? Fallen bracelet +3. So all the equipment here is better than what I got, except the Ultima weapon, because I got the Ultima weapon. See that guy in the distance.
Anomalous activity detected in Hangar Bay. Mobilizing Aegis units.
We're being watched. Let's show them what we're capable of.
This engagement bit, what we got? Indicates precise parry timing by temporarily changing the color of the target's display name. I'd rather have health. All right, who we got this time? We did Sigma, we did Omicron. Not going to be Omega, because Omega will be the final guy.
Century prototype AM2.
So who's this guy going to be?
Stasis Silo West.
Epsilon? Did we do Epsilon yet?
We'll just have to hope those crystals it's sporting are as worthless as the others.
I don't think Elon is scum. I think Elon is just late to the party. Menu? Angra menu.
How is that even possible? Better not think about it.
Elon just didn't understand how far and how deep the rot went until the rot took his son. That's generally why Elon has pretty much abandoned the entire left-wing narrative. Like he used to be a big left-winger. Yes, late to the party like Russell Brand. Russell Brand was a famous socialist and communist. Elon Musk is waking up really fast because, like I said, left-wing ideology took his son. So he learned the evils of communism very harshly. How am I supposed to stay in the safe area? That's impossible. It slowed down. Okay. Quakeja. I did a stomp. No, Joe Rogan is an op. I'm sorry. RFK is an op. RFK is not really on our side. You notice that RFK's solution to all the problems in government is always more government. He's an op. He's there to just convince you that the rot is a reason to create more rot. Because he's trying to do the opposite of right-wing candidates who want to get rid of the rot by getting rid of government power. Rogan is just a pothead. That's all that is. I don't think Rogan is a Democrat. I think he's just ambivalent, someone who doesn't really care. Rogan's one of those people. He's part of the 90%. 90% of the people do not care about politics unless it affects them. The problem with being part of the 90%, though, is those who do not engage in politics are doomed to be governed by their inferiors. No. You mean Tim Pool? No, Tim Pool is just an idiot. He's just a reporter who got full of himself, like most reporters. Tim Pool suffers from something called righteous indignation. No! Oof.
It's over.
Angra Menu. That's a weird name. 3 million experience, though. Flawless humor is used in crafting.
Neural link lost. Re-establishing connection.
Imagine an entire war fought with these things.
One of the things you'll learn about reporters is most reporters are self-centered. They only care about themselves.
Their own crystals.
They became reporters because they want to be famous. They want to be the next Woodward and Bernstein or something like that.
It seems we've made
And Tim Pool is one of the ones that reflects that the most. You'll notice if you ever watch his show, every story becomes about him.
Forgive me, brother.
Everything leads to an anecdote about him. All he does is talk about himself. Because he needs to make the story about himself. And one of the core tenets of being a journalist is you're not supposed to make yourself the story. But you'll notice that most journalists today make themselves the story. It's one of the reasons I have no respect for Tim Pool. And this is, you could see it in the way with his righteous indignation. Every story has to be about him or how mad he is at the story. I'll be right back. All right. Now, the whole premise of those who are not interested in politics are doomed to be governed by their inferiors, it basically means two things. And I believe that was from Aristotle. If you have technical expertise in anything, it should be very obvious to you that anytime there's legislation on whatever your technical expertise is, you know that the politicians have no idea what they're talking about. Like, I'm a programmer, I work on the internet, I work on forums and shit, and I know that none of these politicians have any idea what goes on in technology. They are completely clueless, in which case they are your intellectual inferiors. The other inferiority they have is moral inferiority. Everyone, you are going to have different morals than someone else. And as such, you will view everyone as morally inferior to yourself. Oh, they died. In which case, not only are they intellectually inferior to you, they are also morally inferior to you. Another treasure chest. What we got? Assailment bit. Let's see what that does. Increase rate at which damage multiplier rises while enemies are staggered, as well as increases multiplier maximum to 200%. The battle technique double impact is earned upon attaining the multiplier. I want that. Okay, forget the escapement bit. I'll go with the assailment bit. Way more damage? Hell yeah. God damn it. You pieces of shit. I didn't reach 200%.
Did the tower make this as well? Or is it some sort of corruption?
I don't know, but wouldn't you say it looks oddly familiar?
All right, who's this guy? It's Lur from the planet Omicron Persei 8. Asterios. He's still in the middle of his deadly swing. Revivement bit. Improves limit break induced enhancements. What are limit break induced enhancements? While increasing HP regen during limit break by 50%. Also, if fatal damage is taken while limit gauge is full, limit break is automatically triggered, preventing KO. Now, limit break's kind of useless. All it does is add 5% damage.
Initializing emergency subroutines. Diverting reactor power.
I think it's getting ready to receive us.
Ah, there's another one of those devices.
I guess I'll hit it.
Log entry 750501. when biological core exhibits high ethereal congruity. Specimens with a congruity rating of 7 or below are to be sent to B level for military repurposing.
This won't be easy. It's
truly was the work of the Fallen.
Then they were closer to attaining godhood than we ever imagined. No wonder Ultima struck them down.
Ooh, treasure chest. What we got? The worm fallen enigma. What was that? What was it? I'm confused. What was it? It was a purple item. Called Fallen Enigma. Was it a material? Crafting material? It's what the hell is it? Fallen Enigma. FF16. Fallen Enigma. It's a sellable. Okay. I don't know why I couldn't find it. Still can't find it. I mean, I don't even need money, so who cares about sellables? Omicron. 2 Omicrons, okay.
tertiary firewalls breached. Code red. Code red.
The heart must be close.
Override disabled. Authentication routines 328 disabled. Internal pressure approaching maximum threshold.
Oh, this is where I came from. The Hall of Elicitation.
Now's our chance.
Okay. What level am I? 87? I mean, I have so many ability points and nothing to spend them on. It sucks.
Unauthorized entry detected. Primary core firewalls activated. Initializing iconoclastic defense system Omega-1.
What the hell is an iconoclastic defense system?
I've a feeling we're about to find out. And that we will not like the answer.
Core containment complete. Authorizing environmental sterilization protocol.
Environmental sterilization protocol.
Where it is this time.
Quite. And if we want it...
If we want it, all we have to do is kill an icon.
Safety routines disabled. Weapons armed. Stand clear.
Omega. Oh. This is the final boss already, huh? Can't change gear while in combat. This is the final boss already. This was a short DLC. The guide said it's 5 hours. I'm only 90 minutes into this DLC. The first 2 hours of the stream was me unlocking the DLC, doing side quests. I'm hoping no icon battle. I don't want to do an icon battle. Icon battles are stupid. They look cool, but they're not fun. They're just spectacle. CyberConnect 2 does those battles so much better with their Naruto games. This guy's definitely got to have phases. Damn it. This guy's at the end of a phase, isn't he? Yep. I hate how they just stop taking damage at the end of a phase.
Data assessment complete. Recalculating threat level. Weapon routines authorized. Rerouting core power to Omega 1.
Not yet. And what makes you say that?
Those new arms, for one.
Oh, he's got a new arena and everything.
All right. I'm convinced.
Maximum overdrive. Ion Efflux. This is not Final Fantasy music. Pantocrator. Oh, bullshit! He recovered all his will gauge. The safe spot is directly underneath him? Wow. As long as he doesn't do another Panther Crater. Atomic wave, huh? High maneuvers. Diamond Dust really is the best ability in this game. It's got everything. Freezes them, hits multi-targets. Does a ton of will damage, does a ton of regular damage. Has low recovery time, comparatively. Dimensional compression.
Why can't I? Breathe? Because it's constricting all of creation. Well then. We'd better kill it quick.
That was close. Flawless nodule. I need to turn the oven on. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
Omega Control Unit. Offline. Initiating emergency core extraction.
Would you care to do the honors, Clive?
Gladly. For what? I thought I told you to leave this place.
What must you ruin us all? I cannot let you do that. We need these crystals. They're all we have.
And just who is this we?
We are of an ancient tribe, one of the first to lose its lands to the Blight. For countless years, we were forced to roam the Twins. A nation without a mother crystal, a people without a blessing. So we found our own. The dust crystals provide us a means to survive.
Yes, but at what cost? Like all crystals, these shards channel ether. And where do you think that ether comes from? It's sucked from the land, as a leech sucks blood from a beast.
And what? You just expect us to believe that?
No, but that doesn't make what we've told you any less true. If this heart is anything like the others, it will bleed the twins of their life force, till naught remains, naught but death.
The proof is all around. What do you think robbed your people of their home in the first place? We are trying to stop that from happening again. And this is the only way.
Fuck me. You're Sid.
You saw what happened after the Empire lost Drake's head. What do you suppose they will do when they find out, as they surely will, that there is another heart hidden right here under their noses? Your people's need will count for naught.
It's not going to be a good steak. They were out of sirloin and strip,
Damn
so I
it.
just got the cheapest piece of meat they
Doesn't
had.
look like we have much of a choice.
But you said you didn't believe
Because
in
I don't
Chief.
feel like spending $30 a pound on
The
a
man does have a point.
on the fillet.
There's no keeping this place
Shit's
a
too
secret.
expensive right now. That Bidenomics is too good.
And hanging on to these crystals will only get our people killed. Have it your way then. Just promise me you'll leave my people out of it.
Stand back. It's about to get hot in here.
It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes.
Fuel surge detected. Warning. System overload. System overload. Error. Core not found. System failure imminent. System failure.
I hope we did the right thing.
We all saw the crystals fade, but what of the cages? We barely even explored half of the chambers.
Without the heart to sustain them, I doubt those still slumbering in the tower will stir now, if ever.
I hope you're right. The last thing the world needs is one of those six-legged pests running around wreaking havoc. We have more than enough two-legged pests to deal with as it is. However blameless they may claim to be.
What? Oh, two-legged. Right. Sorry. I was just wondering what I'm going to tell the village elders when we get back. I suppose I'll just beg them for forgiveness, and when that doesn't work, give them the slip and lie low.
What's the difference between an orc, a goblin, and a troll?
Run away. Again.
What? It's got us this
I'm
far,
pretty
hasn't
sure
it?
orcs... Well, it depends
we
on
may
what
have had a
mythology
bit
you're
of
talking
help,
about.
like.
Kind of you to remember.
Like
You
Final
will be
Fantasy
alright.
mythology, Tolkien mythology,
Oh, we've made
Sword
do
World
without
technology,
before.
Familia
I reckon we'll will survive.
mythology,
And if what
D
you
and D
said is
mythology.
true,
They're all
it's not
different
like the rest of the realm's
mythologies.
going to have it much easier. Besides, one man's ordeal is another man's opportunity, as the old saying goes.
I don't recall ever hearing that one, but fine.
Now, if you don't mind, we've got places to be.
Like if you look at
I mean, we do.
no, I mean elves are basically goblins before Tolkien came around. In old
Places to be?
in old like German mythology, elves were small little gangly creatures like what we would consider a goblin today. Like the original Santa Claus or Santa Claus
Back to the
was an elf. And the reason why he came through your chimney is because he was small enough to fit through your chimney. The idea of the fat bearded guy in the jolly red coat actually didn't come around until the 1930s because of Coca-Cola's advertising. The fat Santa Claus we see today is a product of Coca-Cola, not from original elven legend. So like I said, it all depends on what mythology you're talking about. If you look at the mythology we see from like Goblin Slayer, and in Goblin Slayer, an orc and a troll are the same thing. An orc is just a higher level. An orc and a goblin are the same thing. An orc is just a higher level goblin.
Back, are ya? So? Did you find out where the dust crystals were coming from, or what?
It's a long story, and perhaps one better told in the shelves.
Bloody hell. Remind me never to go poking round in any fallen ruins.
Not only a mother crystal of human creation, but an icon as well. Truly, the study of our fallen forebears is endlessly rewarding. The wonders of which they were capable never cease to amaze.
They came as something of a surprise to us, too.
You can say that again. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into when we set foot in that tower.
We only knew the old stories of a people so consumed by greed that they sought to overthrow the gods. I'd hazard the thing we found in that tower was conceived for that very purpose.
Omega, the offspring of the Fallen's boundless knowledge and unchecked ambition. A dangerous combination for all concerned.
And Ultima crushed them. It was he whose secrets the Fallen coveted, let's not forget. He whom they strove to dethrone. Just as we strive to dethrone him now. Without their knowledge. And without their weapons of war.
Clive.
This power I've been given may exceed even theirs. But if I use it, as they did, who's to say things won't end the same way?
Come now, brother. I think the events of recent days have made it abundantly clear that we are not our ancestors. As well you know.
You're right. They made crystals. We destroy them.
In crafting their artificial art, the Fallen sought to emulate the divine. But that is not the path we have chosen.
No. We don't want to be gods. We just want to be free.
Oven's warm. Harpocrates.
If one does not learn from the mistakes of the past, one is doomed to repeat them. And so, I mean to write down everything you've told me to the very last detail, that those who come after might learn from our travails, and perhaps, just perhaps, forge a brighter future for our descendants.
That DLC was only 2 hours long. New items available at Sharon's Toll.
Still alive, are you? Go on then. It'd better all be here. Finished, are you?
Trouble with your gear, or... So, what it be?
Omega weapon reforged.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
I mean, it has the same exact stats of my current weapon.
Fine.
So it's not even any better. Omega weapon and ultimate weapon are exactly the same. Whatever. All right, so was that 100%? Yep. Okay. All trophies done. Oh no, that DLC was only 2 hours long. I mean, it was only $10, so that's $5 an hour. But still, 2 hours long, and most of it was cutscenes. It was basically 5 fights and then trash mobs. It was one hallway. I feel like I was ripped off. I'm curious on what reviewers are saying about this. It could not have been good. FF16 DLC review. I don't know who any of these reviewers are. Oh yeah, there's God of War DLC. I don't even have God of War installed, do I? Alright, so let's install God of War. Yeah, it's installing. I'll get around to playing Inscription eventually. Is there going to be DLC for Sea of Stars? Let's see if there's anything planned. Sea of Stars DLC. Yes. Throes of the Watchmaker. Is there going to be Elden Ring DLC? Elden Ring DLC. Shadows of Erdtree comes out in February. Is there going to be Spider-Man 2 DLC? New Game Plus mode, yes. Something went wrong. All right, let's watch some YouTube videos. Let's see what we got. Oh, Disparu video. Always love
This week,
Disparu.
Russell T Davies got told what he deserved.
Sack Russell T Davies and I'll come back.
The guy who resurrected Doctor Who and then came back to make sure it was dead. At this point, I'm just getting vibes of no one can kill Doctor Who but me.
Just don't like being associated with those people. The first series was a mess and it wasn't to do with me.
This is the guy who went from, I don't want children walking to school thinking, oh my god, I'm going to die, to now saying, you've got to talk about it, you've got to tell them they're going to flood, they're going to burn, or you'll let them all down. In 18 years, Russell T Davies went from, I want to make entertaining shows for kids, to you're all going to die, and you should be petrified every moment of your waking life, including when you're walking to school, which at least if you
I
live
love
in a major
Christopher
city
Eccleston.
is probably a legitimate concern at this point. But Russell T Davies, he's got a theory. We channel all of our fear and paranoia and dread about what's to come into our fantasy dramas, and Russell sees Doctor Who as fantasy nowadays rather than than sci-fi. So I guess when the show says this...
You have a kid, and then she grows up into this extraordinary, beautiful thing, and you think, where the hell did she come from?
It's actually just part of Russell's fear, paranoia, and dread about what's to come. Which, to be fair, is perfectly possible. Remember, he thinks all disabled people are evil.
And a lot of us on the production team had the problems with that, of associating disability with evil.
I've got a problem with just assuming they're all evil. I don't know why. But the weather isn't the only issue Doctor Who will address. It's one of a long list, and boy, do we know that now. Because Gartois only auditioned once for Doctor Who. Like, hey, we've got one, folks. We've found the perfect candidate. We don't need to look at anyone else. The moment he walked through the door, I knew he was perfect. He also, in a quite staggering moment of self-awareness, said, I live in a very leftist liberal bubble. Could have just said you worked at the BBC, mate.
You stupid woman with your weird child!
Because it's not surprising that the BBC thinks that they should be doing stuff like teaching kids about the weather, because the people at the BBC specialise in sticking themselves where they don't belong. But Mr. Gatwa over here apparently explains that it was Jodie Whittaker who he felt a particular affinity to, as they both had backlash over being cast. Which is really weird he would say that, because I remember him saying this. I was braced for impact and pleasantly surprised because it was the antithesis of what I was expecting. Oh my gosh, I'm so loved. Well, if you're so loved and everyone responded so great to you being cast, how on earth did you have a shared struggle because of the naysayers?
Make it make sense.
But it was really interesting because of the bubble he works in at the BBC, and says there's a really great episode coming up next year where we lean into that. Mate, if you only think you're leaning into this in one episode, what were the last three? Because if you want the perfect explanation of why Eccleston was right.
Sack Russell T Davies, sack Jane Tranter, sack Phil Collinson, sack Julie Gardner.
You only have to look at the last three episodes. In the first one, we had some of the most bizarre moments of the series.
And now I've got a nice life with a nice fella and a nice house, the most beautiful daughter in the world.
I mean, look, in sci-fi, there's always an element of suspending your disbelief around reality. There are limits, though. At this point, I was having an aneurysm when I watched it. Sonic waves making force fields is the most stupid thing I've seen. And then we had the alien.
What the hell?
Maybe we shouldn't introduce ourselves to an alien species by poking it in the eye. A guy who is supposed to be the villain, and yet the supposed heroes of the episode offered to sell him for medical experimentation.
We could sell Mad Paddington for £1 million.
Oh, no! All because she wanted avocados on toast.
You fill the fridge.
Then we hit episode 2, and spoilers, where aliens are learning how to imitate people, and the faster you think, the faster they can mimic you. This is combated by making a machine move really slowly for absolutely no reason whatsoever, because the episode specifically says they can't read the minds of a machine because a machine doesn't have a mind. So while she would have to think slowly about what she was doing, the machine could move at normal speed and no one would care and it wouldn't change anything.
It seems your stupidity is second only to your inability to control your temper.
And that was just episode 2, because we carry on the same floor into episode 3, where for some reason we steal our own storylines.
Not like the old Archangel network. There's nothing hiding in that signal.
You do realise just because you point out it's a reference doesn't make it any better in the script.
I am anti-Z-Dex.
But then we do something really stupid.
Could you pull?
Yeah, I didn't actually mean that, but that one works as well.
You get a prize, honey.
I am so sorry.
I have a feeling that's what Russell T Davies meant by upsetting die-hard fans. And by die-hard fans, he just means anybody that watches the show. If you know anything about Doctor Who, you'll think that's bullshit. We're taking a sly step towards fantasy. I wouldn't mind if you at least had an IQ above 30. In this episode, the villain makes the Doctors split in two. He wants to breed as many Doctors as possible so he can play with them all at the same time. It's like if the BBC set up a kindergarten. The story has the villain specifically decide to do that to the Doctor, and yet after we've already defeated the villain and he's gone off to a different dimension, we just randomly go, well, we're in his domain. No, you're not, mate. You're on Earth. I know you've only been the Doctor for about 3 seconds, but you can at least catch up. You're the Doctor now. He can be smarter than you are. So because we've now retconned the story from seconds ago, now we're in his domain and we could just multiply anything?
You get a prize, honey.
The Doctor isn't doing anything in this scene. He's literally just hitting it with a hammer and the momentum duplicates it for no reason whatsoever. This means everybody in the street, if anybody walked into anything, banged their toe, everything would multiply, and it gets worse. His domain isn't just limited to the area around the tower. People weren't just multiplying all over Earth. On the BBC iPlayer in-vision commentary, Russell T Davies himself reveals that the bi-generation is bigger than we thought. Was anything else bigger than you thought? I need to know.
Be right back. All right. Dinner time.
Oh. When they split, a whole timeline bi-generated. This means that every previous regeneration has been impacted too, so every old Doctor is now alive in a splintered timeline. I think all of the Doctors came back to life with their individual TARDISes, the gift of the Toymaker. It wasn't a gift, he was trying to farm you all. The aim was an infinite amount of Doctors because he was essentially the only person who could actually make entertaining games for him. Never mind. They're all out there traveling around in what I'm calling the Doctorverse. I don't know what you've been doing for the last 18 years, but we have significantly less grey matter now, don't we? Too many parties? I don't know. But yes, just every Doctor came back to life in that instant. And it gets worse, because the Toymaker didn't specifically choose the Doctors, as the show said he did. Because as Gatwa said, we're now in his domain. It's affecting everything. That's why they could double the TARDIS. That means everything, at every point in time, throughout the entire timeline, present and future, is in the Toymaker's domain, and so if anybody knocks into anything or crashes at any point, they will just multiply themselves throughout all of history and all of the future.
Leanne, Tony, check your two balls very carefully.
If you thought the Marvel Snap coming back and wondering what would happen if half the universe came back instantaneously, that'd probably cause a lot of problems. Imagine every stop of momentum doubling whatever it was at every point in history forever. You gonna sort that one out? I would love to know. Like bi-generation, that's extremely exciting on the face of it. Yes, if we just look at it skin deep and don't think about it at all, then maybe it might make sense. If we could just turn our brain off long enough to actually not think about something, maybe I could enjoy it.
I love that you never make any effort at all.
If only I worked for the BBC and had mastered having an internal monologue like the Sahara Desert, I too could fit in with the creative team of Doctor Who. This is amazing. It's just like sand dunes all the way. David Tennant's return might be just the beginning of more nostalgic comebacks. Can we get Christopher Eccleston back?
Sack Russell T Davies and I'll come back. I love being associated with the character, just don't like being associated with those people.
I think he might be able to fix it, although at this point I doubt that's enough. I'm not even sure I could trust the dinner lady. She's spoken to Russell T Davies, we can't trust her. The risk is too high. We can't keep burning money. But if you want some good news, have I got it for you. David Tennant will never be coming back. 4 weeks ago, I wouldn't have said that was a good thing, but now it's cause for celebration. Although the comments, this is the age of... I still don't know how to pronounce his name. Cutie now. Calling your child cutie seems a bit egotistical, doesn't it? What should we call him? Oh, isn't he a cutie? Okay.
Russell T Davies is the showrunner that relaunched Doctor Who in 2005, who's now in control of Doctor Who again after he retired.
Okay, I've written, no, that wasn't his name. I was just commenting. But Gatwa was told that he should not swear in costume. He was called into Davies' office. Do whatever you want out of costume, but when you're in costume, do not let us catch you swearing. That's right, if you want moral messaging for your kids. Everybody looks up to Doctor Who.
I promise I can help him get home and then you'll never see me again.
You're assuming he as a pronoun.
Of course he is, love. Have you seen the thing? It's a furry creature with no clothes on. The Doctor can see him swinging in the breeze.
They're all super woke. They work for the
Being
BBC.
told about vibrations through the air. But you know what is great? If they want to cut off their dick. But Gatwa, he's going to be an incredible Doctor. I have absolutely no doubt. Look, if you get to be Doctor Who just off one audition, when there's normally like 27 auditions, that's got to be incredible talent. Russell T Davies knew what he wanted, and that was it. He just knew by sight from the first time he saw him, you're exactly
Gay black
what I
man,
want.
that's
And I
all
don't
he
know what
wanted.
that is.
Dad issues.
But he does think that the Doctor has always walked into unknown situations, and historically, there's only really one demographic of people that are able to do that. Yes, the British. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's a British show, so British actors should play the roles of British people.
Ah, but he's a Time Lord. He's not British.
The moment somebody says that, you know you can disregard their opinion as a massive... Given that it's a British institution going back decades, it's important that British people play it. And thank God, things are changing. That's right. Gatwa is obsessed with how he looks. By God, could we get through an interview without somebody saying, nobody's ever seen anyone that looks like me? Can't imagine why Russell T Davies knew on sight that you were the perfect hire for the job. Also, what's going on with those shoulder pads, mate? They're like 3 times your body width. I think your shoulders end there. Going into initial production, I was keen to keep up the traditionalism of the show. Thank God, things are changing. That means my bank balance can be increased. But it's a process of the show encouraging me to embrace myself. Because don't you realize this is all about me? This isn't about a decades-long institution, which is really important to the British people that I should respect. No, this is about me. Thank God, things are changing. Keen to keep up the traditionalism of the show. Is that why your sonic screwdriver has this on it?
Gallifreyan symbols, and it is a Rwandan proverb.
Please tell me, what does that have to do with being a Time Lord or being British? Why are we employing non-British actors to play British roles?
It's the principle of the thing.
Could it be that you're all in a massive BBC bubble and as such are massive? I'd love to know. For the past 4 years, I've been co-leading an X-rated show. And now I'm going to lead a family show as a PG role model. I have absolutely no idea what Russell T Davies saw in you. Or how he got the job after just... one interview. I mean, he just immediately knew you were the right person to lead a PG family show. He just took one look at your CV and thought, that's the role model I need to show British children. I'd expect nothing less of the BBC.
This is bad. This is really bad.
But as is always the case in these kind of situations, it's very easy to virtue too close to the sun. You're literally pandering to a bunch of evil lunatics that just want to eat your own face. And so, as always, for the permanently offended, which is weird considering the only thing they don't get offended by is themselves, we find out from Vox that Doctor Who has to learn to let go of David Tennant. And at this point, after those 3 specials, I agree. Kick him out into space. It'll be a laugh. How long can a Time Lord survive a vacuum? Let's find out. But the problem is that we get really offended by the way that Mr. Gatwa over there was introduced. Even when the plot was leaked as spoilers, People already weren't happy about it. There was well-earned criticism from fans who have pointed out that if you have two doctors, that will automatically make the new, unfamiliar incarnation feel like a cheap imitation. I can't imagine why. I mean, that is the personification of an eccentric English gentleman, completely at home, having high tea with the Queen. I mean, of the royal family, obviously, not of the BBC. The British Broadcasting Corporation.
There's a theme here, by the way. A little bit.
Russell T Davies, the Welsh screenwriter and television producer, 60. But this isn't looking great for the first mainline Black Doctor, one played by an alphabet actor at that. We definitely virtued too close to the sun because we forgot that if at any point you are of category, nothing can happen to your character at all. You have to be the most important, you have to be perfect, you can never make any mistakes because that is like real life. We get down to the morality of it all again. The difference between heroes are good because of what they do, or category is good because of what they are. Do you value morality or identity? The BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, is firmly in the latter category, along with seemingly The Independent, who thought this criticism was well earned. And they weren't the only ones. The Verge got in on it. The new Doctor feels like a timey-wimey slap to the face, marked by a number of questionable decisions, at least we can agree on something, and racist tropes. What tropes?
We bought the house, now we can't afford to run it. What do I care? Got the best two girls in the world, mate.
Hitting a phone box with a hammer.
You get a prize, honey.
What kind of stereotypes do you have? If you want to look at stereotypes and tropes, you want to pull up the history of Isaac Newton, mate. Look, I know jealousy is a strong emotion, but I mean, come on. We put this guy in the series for absolutely no reason whatsoever. He didn't even impact the story. We just went there, saw him, and pissed off. If anything, that actor should be offended. What, you put me in this role just so I could appear for 5 seconds and then not do anything? What did you want to do? Just hit him in the face with an apple? Was it something you wanted to do your entire life? We're just desperately looking for an excuse. People at the BBC always desperately looking for a chance to abuse somebody. Do we have to make it fall by gravity, or can I just throw it at his head? No wonder he looks shocked. The cameraman had just nailed him in the face. It's sad that we're in a time where people villainize minorities. What? Mr. Casting Director for Doctor Who? That's what you're doing. The creator of the Doctor Who admitted that himself and, presumably you, all think they're evil.
And a lot of us on the production team had the problems with that of associating disability with evil.
One doth think thou projects too much, mate.
There's a very long tradition of this.
No signs of life?
Well, not intelligent life, mate, anyway. But don't you understand? The BBC, in an attempt to make bi-generation a word, they have stolen Gatwa's thunder. We were going to virtue signal over this thing for months, but now we'd just be like, well, you know, Tennant still exists. The primary Doctor. You're just the backup. No matter how Doctor Who fans might want to deny it, the Doctor, until 2017, was small-minded, racist, sexist, in equal measure, otherwise known as British. There's just so many British people in Britain. It's really confusing.
That's gaslighting. That's what it is.
The Verge, I'm assuming you're an American.
Yeah, Doctor Who is
Now,
dead.
I know this is going to challenge your tiny little minds, but around the world,
It was bad enough during Peter Capaldi's run. Then it got super bad during
double-barreled surname over here.
Whittaker's run. And now they're just doubling down on ridiculous.
Like everything else. But Whittaker demonstrated that Doctor Who could better reflect the real world differences of the fandom. But why would it? It's a British show. It's exported to the world. The world watches it because it's a British show. Coupling is my favorite comedy. The Americans made a version of Coupling. It doesn't work because it's a British comedy, not an American one. And so when you take American actors and American culture and cram that into a British property, you don't get the original property. You get this entirely new American thing. But the problem was Coupling was good because of the British elements in it. You've removed its soul. You've removed why people liked it in the first place. If you take Doctor Who, a British show, and then take the rest of the world and cram it into Doctor Who.
This is something you see a lot of media companies do, even in video games. You'll say, there'll be something that comes out in Japan, and then people around the world are loving it. And then they'll say, oh, this is great. People around the world are loving it. So let's make the game for the rest of the world. No, the rest of the world loved it because it was Japanese. Why are you taking the Japanese stuff away from it? Keep making what worked. You make it not what it was, you're not going to make the people who loved it love it.
Who, it's no longer a British show, and therefore you will remove what the rest of the world liked about it in the first place. But hey, what do I know? I'm not making terrible shows that nobody wants to see. That's your specialty, BBC.
As they decide whether to share or to shaft.
But when he regenerates, he's left there standing in his underwear. Something which Gatwa actually blamed Tennant for? That David started filming the first scene, and so he got to choose what pieces of clothing he was left with. And it's like, that doesn't really make any sense. You're literally duplicating. We saw the TARDIS copy itself into an identical TARDIS. Not an identical TARDIS with half of its paint. You both could have been wearing clothes. Can't imagine why you weren't. The British Broadcasting Corporation. But no, this excuse that literally comes from Gatwa's own mouth, that's not enough for The Verge. Land of milk and honey and the permanently bigoted. This just makes it seem like Davis is trying to placate the fans. They won't accept a strange actor playing Doctor Who. That seems incredibly offensive. By keeping Tennant in the mix. Fans vocalize their displeasure at him being cast, which, as I showed you earlier in the video, Gatwa himself said, I was surprised that didn't happen. Everybody loved him. The same way they gripe about other people being replaced by impossibilities. James Bond is a person. It'd be weird one day if he was like, wow, this tan's a bit strong. I fell asleep under a sunbed, but I never expected this. It would be exactly the same if I walked in one day and was like, I don't know what's happened, folks, and I just woke up like this. Look, I fell asleep watching Tropic Thunder, and I don't know what happened. They're also the people who love Mace Windu. Are you sure you want to include that in your article? Because you kind of just torpedoed your entire argument. But hated it when Flynn picked up a lightsaber. Firstly, I'm not sure that happened. Secondly, it's almost as if one's a good character and one's ass. The point is, these fans are an unfortunate fixture in many genres fandoms, yes. Or as other people like to call them, people with taste. I'm sorry, The Verge, that I must apologize for having standards. It was taught to me as a child, what can I say? You can tell Davis means for it to be poignant and touching, but all of this is squandered when you have one character asking if the Doctor comes in a variety of colours. I agree, that's stupid. Doesn't she have eyes? Seriously, which one comes next? I'd love to know. Maybe we could get a blue one. Oh, I've regenerated into a Smurf. Maybe we could employ one of the characters from Farscape to come in. What happens if the Doctor regenerates into a chair, like an inanimate object? The trappings and optics of the giggle also add an unfortunate kind of magical quality. I can't even read that. Look, it's a movie. It's not my fault. But the episode's real emotional climax, British Broadcasting Corporation, comes from the emotional healing. But really, if you look at the Doctor and what was coming next, you have two distinct groups. You have the people like The Verge, who don't care about Doctor Who in the least. For them, this was just another opportunity to virtue signal. And we're like, I can't believe that my opportunity to virtue signal has been undermined by the guy that put it in. That's what they're annoyed at. That's why he virtued too close to the sun and is getting burnt by the people who are like, no, but I wanted this to be a great moment, and now look what you've done. Because it will never be enough for them. That's the point. It's not a bug. It's a feature. And then you have the other people who didn't care. The long string of Doctor Who series that were awful, followed by Jodie Whittaker as just hammering nails into its corpse. Loads of people already didn't care about Tennant's return, but it was Tennant. It at least got some people back to the series, and then they watched the first episode like, oh no. And the reason why nobody really cared about Gatwa is because it's already gone. They'd already given up with previous Doctors. You'd already destroyed the franchise. I can't believe that all these people aren't angry at it. You have to go looking for a couple of tweets that you can desperately find with one like on them. Or if you're The Verge, you don't even bother to do that. You just say there was uproar. Because while people may care about a British institution being destroyed by hiring non-British people, none of those people are around to care anymore. You already took away its soul by trying to cram other cultures into it. It's
the
no
opposite
longer
of
a
love
British institution.
is not
you took
hate.
away the thing that the world liked about it. And so when you're like, no, but
Love
we're just
and
gonna keep
hate
taking
are
it
the
away,
same
everyone's like,
side of a
okay.
coin.
It means nothing
They're not the
anymore. It
different
became a
sides of the
platform to
coin.
you to preach
They're the
to
same
your
side.
audience and then realize,
The
oh,
opposite of
audience is
love
left. So all of the British
is
Broadcasting
indifference.
Corporation's great ideas about how actually we're going to use this as a way to preach to kids about what they should believe. That we are literally going to tell them that they should be petrified for the rest of their life. It's too late. You've got nothing left because you've already killed it. Now, I was very surprised that they couldn't even keep it in their trousers for 3 episodes to try and win people back so they would actually watch Gatwa's run. But the problem is the same as always. When you live in the BBC's bubble, every single person has exactly the same opinion. That leads to everyone else egging everyone else, always complimenting them. Nobody stands in line, and you end up a deranged lunatic. You don't know what normal people think. And the problem is normal people are your audience. Now, the BBC may not care about that because they get the license fee that people are cancelling at massive rates. And now they've got that Disney money. But I do question just how much Disney will care or how much money they will continue to give you when they realise that you've killed your show. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Let me know down in the comments below. Like the video if you like video. Subscribe for more videos like this in the future. And I will see you in the
All right, last video, and then I'm killing the stream.
You'll struggle to believe this, but it's actually happening. And yet again, TikTok is to blame. Southwest Airlines is giving morbidly obese Americans free tickets for the seat next to them on the plane.
I know as soon as I explain the details of how Southwest's customer of size policy works, there are going to be some
Customer of
upset people
size
here.
Bad luck if you
policy.
booked and paid for that seat, because
Possibly,
they'll literally
Lana.
kick you off the flight. I'm not even joking.
Hi, it's okay.
Nice face mask. She must really care about her health.
I'm hoping to use your customer of size policy today. Yes, I'm leaving. Yes.
There we go, ma'am.
Thank you.
Place this in the seat next to you.
Okay, thank you so much for your help.
You can just smell the entitlement from here. Buy one, get one free.
May I have a seatbelt extender, please?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Booked that seat for your Christmas flight home to see your family? Tough tits, get off the plane because the customer of size has just taken it for free.
Thank you.
It's me, my daughter, and her friend. Me with 2 teenagers. We can't get in on the plane. Later to find out that there's a person of size that did not purchase 2 tickets, but was being accommodated. And that is why we could not get in on the airplane.
Imagine your entire day, perhaps your entire holiday being ruined. Missing a funeral, missing a wedding, just because some plus sized person thought they were entitled to literally spill over into your seat.
Why do
Fat
I have
people.
to spend the night without any accommodations in Baltimore because oversized person didn't purchase a second ticket? I have a flight for tomorrow morning, no accommodations, with 2 teenagers stuck at the airport.
Shut up and take it, woman. We don't need to hear your fat phobia.
Southwest policy is to accommodate a person of size, even if they did not purchase a ticket. And it is their right to kick a person out of the plane for the oversized person.
There are going to be some upset people here.
There is a customer as far as two on the aircraft.
Fat
Even
ass.
if there aren't enough seats, we have to accommodate that customer of size.
Thank you.
Southwest Airlines is praised for customers of size policy that allows overweight flyers to purchase 1 seat and get another complimentary. Praised by who? Fat people on TikTok. It spawned a whole new branch of the body positivity movement.
Bitch, I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead.
They're really not embarrassed about it. If you're fat, you know the anxiety of flying, and this alleviates it a lot. Caroline, a travel influencer who said she's a size 20, told her nearly 200,000 followers in a video posted at the end of October. I had a very comfortable flight, just feeling like I was allowed to take up the space I needed.
You are
Well,
allowed
glad
if you
felt
buy 2
comfortable,
tickets.
love. The woman stuck in Baltimore with 2 teenagers and nowhere to sleep, on the other hand.
But I purchased a ticket.
It's also interesting to see how this story played out in terms of media coverage. From Ground News, we learned that out of 20 news articles covering this story at the time I'm reading it, only 4 of those lean left. No social justice type left-wing outlets or body positivity enthusiasts seem to want to touch this. Wonder why? Bit embarrassing for them. It's funny to see how some tiptoe around the subject. This is what makes Ground News so pivotal in uncovering media bias and agenda when it comes to breaking news and current events. They even go out of their way to highlight
There's
what's
his
being
ad read.
underreported by each side with their blind spot feed, letting you see what's not getting attention, which can be just as important as what is. Ground News is like the Rosetta Stone of breaking news and media. The insight on media bias and favoritism that they provide simply can't be matched anywhere else. Belying the assumption that X is the only place to stay up to date with breaking news, it's a core component of my daily news digest, and that's why I urge you to check it out. And it's never before been a better time to become a subscriber by going to ground.news/PJW. They're now offering their biggest discount of the year, especially for the holidays. 40% off the Vantage plan, which is the subscription that I use. news. You can even subscribe for less than $1 a month. See for yourself why I find Ground News so helpful and insightful. Please click the link down in the description to check out ground.news/PJW today. Under Southwest policy, if your arm encroaches past the armrest, you get an extra seat at no additional cost. You can even book 2 tickets in advance and get the second ticket refunded. Forget just one extra seat, maybe they need an entire row to themselves.
While 2 seats in economy is enough for me to fly comfortably, of course I wish that I had a little bit more room.
These airlines will charge you an arm and a leg if your check-in baggage is ½ a kilogram overweight. These people are substantially more than ½ a kilogram overweight, and they get treated like royalty. I've done this a dozen times and never had an issue or been denied, said TikToker Kimmy, adding that under the policy she's allowed to pre-board ahead of other passengers. Enter the aircraft, get your seatbelt extender and grab your seat. I place the ticket in the seat next to me. If anyone tries to sit in it, I kindly let them know I have 2 seats booked. Kimmy says she should enjoy special privileges over everyone else because being fat is a disability.
And it goes like this.
And again, she really cares about her health.
Hell yeah. I am not ashamed
Bring back
to ask
bullying.
for something that keeps me safe.
Yeah, her safety concerns were alleviated. Mine, on the other hand...
Maximum takeoff weight. It represents the maximum weight that an airplane is allowed to be on takeoff.
Oh, no. Plus-size travel expert Jaylin Cheney says super fat is how we identify. There's a spectrum of fatness, and as a super fat individual, you start needing different accommodations. They're literally starting to treat it like autism or some kind of medical condition that they just happen to fall victim to.
The best part about flying with Southwest is they give you a free extra seat. I always ask for it at check-in, and they give it to me, and I go get on the plane, and I go sit down and be as big as I need to be.
I was saying this over a decade ago. Well, here we go again. More power to fat people who are actually trying to lose weight. This isn't about them. This is about a body positivity movement that wallows in cloying self-entitlement and treats morbid obesity like it's some kind of badge of honor. Like it's some kind of moral crusade activist cause that must be inflicted on everyone else. Being fat isn't a disability, it's a bad lifestyle choice. Society shouldn't be asked to inconvenience everyone else just to cater to your bad lifestyle choices. Can I smoke on a plane? Can I get free tickets for a whole row of seats just to light up? Bad lifestyle choices shouldn't be rewarded or encouraged by forcing society to conform to your irresponsible lack of self-control. Buy one ticket, get one ticket. You don't have the right to ruin anyone else's holiday just because you're overweight. Sit down and be uncomfortable for a few hours. It's your fault, not ours. Value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.locals.com and either pledge
that
a
was Final
one-time
Fantasy
donation
16.
or subscribe to join my...
There's yeah. So yeah, that DLC was kind of shit. It was only 2 hours long to 100% it. Yeah. Disappointing. And doesn't even add anything to the story. I was hoping, because of all the stuff it did, where you had to do the side quests with your brother and go into the father's grave. I thought it would give some insight to the family dynamic or the father's history, and it didn't do that. So what was the point? Next will probably be the God of War DLC. Let's see, what are the trophies in this? Hidden. Everything's hidden. How do I show hidden trophies? Can I just say show all hidden trophies? Equip. I don't know. The main game was pretty long. I mean, I liked it. I actually, honestly, I don't remember a lot of it. I don't remember what my opinion was immediately after playing the game. I remember not hating it, which is always a plus. I said it was like a 7 out of 10. Ew, is that what Tekken 8 looks like now? Or that's what Jin looks like now? He's ugly.
風間の力は命を育み、その力であなた自身と和也さんを救う。
Yeah, I do remember there being a lot of useless side quests that add nothing to the story. The worst kind of side quests.
大事な人たちを守りたい。全世界の人類に告げる。俺が支配する世界で生きる資格があるのは力を示せるものだけだ。世界を闘争で満たせ。
Nous sommes les seuls à pouvoir.
Yeah, because they killed off what's his name? Heihachi. So they gotta replace him with a new character. These characters look so ugly. Why do they all look so wide? Like they look fat.
We are in danger of annihilation. Jun Kazama has
I mean, that French assassin guy looks cool as shit.
stronger.
Bulky, yeah. Everything looks bulky.
Auf der Seite der G-Corporation?
Será una excelente publicidad para mi café. Hasta luego.
デビルの力を必ず取り戻す。そして次こそ差し違えてでも奴を殺す。
Like in the older Tekken games, everything was lanky. I think it looked a lot better. Can I see some gameplay, or am I just seeing cutscenes? Yeah, I mean, Korean backdash cancel is one of the reasons why I never really liked Tekken. I don't believe that physical dexterity should be a barrier to entry to a fighting game. I think fighting games should be based on intelligence, decision making, and Tekken made physical dexterity a requirement, and that's one of the reasons why I don't really like Tekken. Oh, I heard the Pandora game is awful. No, reaction time is fine. I mean, every game has reaction time. Well, I mean, remember, ghosts have the best reaction time. Because the ghost is the computer, and the computer can read your inputs. Is there a trailer to this? Yes. This is gameplay, not cutscene, by the way. Because CyberConnect 2 is just awesome. CyberConnect 2 pioneered anime in gameplay looking beautiful. Like all these other games that are copies of it Like there was that Pokemon fighting game. There was that the Hinomaki Chronicles. Lord of the Rings, Return to Moria. Amogus VR. I don't understand remastering a game that's like already on PS5. Wait, Skull and Bones is finally coming out? I don't. Oh, that was the VR section. Yeah, I don't have free to play games. Oh, I heard the finals is fantastic. Is there a cutscene? A trailer, I mean. I don't know what kind of game this is. People have just been saying it's amazing. Like it's one of the best competitive games in a long time. Is it a shooter? Yeah, it looks like a shooter. Because you know there's always like there's always a new shooter like every other month, and they're all trying to compete to be the best, most competitive. People are saying like this blows all of them out of the water. That's what I've been hearing. Like it just does everything right. Like I hear everything is destructive. And when I mean everything, I mean like everything. Like you can destroy the floors. Well, I mean, Riot already tried it with their shooter, which no one really plays anymore. Epic, what is Epic shooter called? Is that Overwatch? I don't think anyone still plays Overwatch. Oh, look at all this DLC shit. Fortnite. Do people still play Fortnite? No one plays Overwatch anymore. Warhammer, Age of Sigmar. Oh, it's classic Warhammer, not 40K. Potion craft, what is this? Oh. It's a Born of Bread. Kind of cute art style. No, I don't play shooters. I'm not gonna play it. Pinball M. Who's this from? Who's it from? Who's it from? That's important. Who's it from? Who's it from? Zen. Fuck. I see a pinball game, I look at it. If it's from Zen, I move on. Zen makes awful pinball games. No, they're just terrible. They just make terrible pinball games. Laika, Through the Ages. Oh, Age Through Blood. Weedcraft? Up. What? Is this like a PS3 game? PS2 game? Palindrome Syndrome. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a new flashback. I haven't watched any reviews. Find out if this is good or not. Because I love flashback. You saw me play it on stream a few months ago. This looks like the Ubisoft remake from about 10 years ago. That was terrible. All right, I want to see what New Washington looks like. No, this does not look good. This looks honestly awful. Show me Death Tower and New Washington. Death Tower and New Washington are the stages that matter most. You watched me play Flashback on stream a few months ago, didn't you? It's one of my favorite games of all time. I platinumed it and everything. See, I want the collector's edition of this, but I can't find it for sale anywhere. That's my problem. Flashback to collector's edition for the PS5.
To understand, to remember. But time is slipping away. I must find Ian. Beyond his disappearance, the United Worlds as a whole is today threatened by a terrible menace.
If you could find me the Flashback 2 Collector's Edition for the PS5,
Again, to discover the truth, I won't hesitate.
I'll buy it today. Because I've been searching for it. I can't find it. Well, let me check eBay. PS2, PS5, Flashback Collector's Edition. And no, that's the UK version. I don't want the UK version. It's only the UK version. Because I don't think it ever went on sale anywhere. The only place I saw selling it was Play Asia. And then Play Asia always just said not available. And I've messaged the publisher on Twitter. They don't respond. I'm like, shut up, give me and take my money. Just No, they still post like every day, multiple times a day, with all their new releases. These are the guys that released the Black Sad game, I think. They just released Agatha Christie's Murder on the Orient Express. Yeah, the limited edition is just, the regular version. I hate how companies started doing that where they call the regular version the limited release. I mean, technically, all products are a limited release if you want to go by that, whatever. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe the collector's edition just hasn't come out yet for the PS5. Because the only ones I ever find are the Switch version. Forest Grove. Interesting art. Okay. Walking simulator. She became a billionaire. That's why she's Time Magazine's Person of the Year. That's it. Well, Taylor Swift pushes the message. And now she's like dating Travis Kelce, and that entire purpose seems to be to get NFL watchers to take the vaccine. So, like I said, her entire thing is about pushing the message. That's why. Oh, and she's 2-time Person of the Year, Time Magazine Person of the Year. She's up there with such great people like Adolf Hitler. I mean, technically, you were Time's Person of the Year one year. Yeah, in 2006, the Time Person of the Year was just a reflective mirror plate. And the entire premise was, who's the Person of the Year this year? You. You are. Why? Because that was the year YouTube launched. And the idea of internet content creators were the Person of the Year. So they just said, everybody, we're all winners, blah, blah, blah. You know, when everyone's special, no one's special. Not many people have won Time Man of the Year multiple times. The people who have, let's see, Taylor Swift, Adolf Hitler, George W. Bush. So, obviously, she's with good company. Junior. George W. Bush. Joseph Stalin. FDR, you know, some terrible people in this list. There are some good people in the double winner list, though. For instance, who was elected? Who was twice? That's a good person. I would say Deng Xiaoping was probably one of the better leaders of modern China. Ronald Reagan also got twice. Richard Nixon got twice. Richard Nixon was a good president. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. He was a great president. He's the most popular president in history. That's what people don't realize. Richard Nixon had the largest landslide re-election victory in history. He was extremely popular because the CIA set him up for Watergate. What happened with Watergate is the Watergate scandal really had nothing to do with Nixon. The Watergate scandal was a CIA breaking into the campaign office of a local election. It was not the presidential election. It was a local election. And the people who broke into the office were CIA agents. They were trying to plant evidence against one of their enemies. And they got caught. So eventually there was a scandal. Eventually Nixon was informed about it by the CIA and everybody. And the CIA basically advised him to keep it a secret, help them cover it up, blah, blah, blah. And then when the cover-ups got exposed, they sold him down the river. Richard Nixon had nothing to do with the break-in at Watergate. The only thing that he was involved in was deleting the evidence that he was informed about it. That's it. But they pinned the entire thing on him because Richard Nixon was popular and he was pretty much anti-deep state, so they did everything they could to get rid of him. The largest landslide. Well, they didn't say he orchestrated it, but that's what the media has transformed it into. He had nothing to do with it. The biggest slight I have against Richard Nixon, though, is taking us off the gold standard. That was a huge mistake. He basically handed our country over to the central banking system. Democrats should love Nixon because Nixon did what they always wanted to do, central banking. I mean, that's why they made him Time Man of the Year, because he gave the country over to the central bankers. But beyond that, he was a great president. Winston Churchill was the two-time winner. No. Woodrow Wilson was the one that signed the creation of the Federal Reserve and the income tax, which creation of the Federal Reserve, yes, was central banking, but it did not hand the entire economic system of America to the central banks because the Federal Reserve did not have the ability to print money out of thin air because the money still had to be backed by gold. But once Nixon took us off the gold standard, the Federal Reserve no longer needed the gold to back up the US dollar. So the Federal Reserve could not print money without having the gold to back it up until we were off the gold standard. Then we just became a straight up fiat currency. All right. Well, I'm calling it a night. I'm tired. You have a good night, Loudmouth. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe, if I feel like playing God of War. I'm going to look into what the trophies are for this, because I'm honestly not that much of a fan of God of War Ragnarok. Peace out.